Any Knights of the Calculator? Hey, Void Twee, yeah, those are always a fun time. Singles for the monsters. Hey, Silvertown, welcome in. The tone for the text boxes has never really bothered me in this game. In fact, one of the things I appreciate about it is how different characters have different tones for their text drawing out, which I think is a really clever way to kind of give different characters different voices when voice acting. I get how some people don't like it though, but it's never bothered me personally. Hey, GF0, good. In like Wind Waker games like that, where it's just kind of little bits of nonsense or whatever instead of actual voice acting. Yeah, for that I guess I've never quite understood why they chose to do that instead of just going all in and doing actual voice acting. Given that by the time of the GameCube, that's very much technologically possible. Hey, Veritas, thanks a lot. A pretty nice foot, actually. Largely owe that to getting all single enemies in the tutorial cave, along with fairly good luck with their movement between the fights. Yeah, especially in a game like that that's intended to be very cartoony. Or if they did full-on voice acting, it would be pretty over the top. Pretty polarizing as a result. This is on the Super Nintendo. Fairly late release Super Nintendo RPG. Came out in the US at least in '96. Hey, Hezkezel, come in. There was a Lufia game on the GBA called, I think, Ruins of Lore. I don't really know much about it. Very familiar with the two Lufia games on the Super Nintendo, and have a little bit of the one on the Game Boy Color, and then Game Boy Advance I know basically squat about. Hey, get cooped. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't. Again, I don't. I don't really know that much about the non-Super Nintendo Lufia games because I haven't played any of them. But the general consensus I've heard is just that they're not as good as the as this one. Like this is basically the high point of the series, and Lufia III, which was the Game Boy Color one, had some interesting ideas, but was held back a fair bit just by being a Game Boy game instead of a console game. Like I know it kind of combines things from the ancient cave into the main story as far as having randomly generated dungeons. And you have like nine playable characters per party or something like that. Well, I've been submitting this game to the last 2 GDQs, it just hasn't gotten in. I mean, I'll keep trying as long as I'm interested in doing the run, but unfortunately it's always going to be a bit of a long shot because of the game not having the same popularity as a lot of other stuff. Catfish. I was a little scared at the start because I was down 3 HP. I could have just used another potion, but I wanted to save as many as I could in case I had a trolley catfish. Yeah, I would love to run for GDQ again, but it's not really up to me if my games get in. It's certainly been getting harder since I've been choosing to run less mainstream popular stuff the past few years. Hey, Big Dog, thanks a lot. Hey, Emily, yes. Very, very nice, thank you. As often as is the case for most holidays in my family, it was nice and low-key. Had some nice food with my parents, and then went home to Wisconsin for about a day and change. And got back before it snowed. Got back yesterday evening, and then it snowed last night good night. Hope your Thanksgiving was a good one too. And for everybody else that celebrates it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, the past 2 years or so at my work, working on the day after Thanksgiving has been just a strict volunteer thing, which I have not volunteered for. I just have the 4-day weekend. Yeah, and also, yeah, I had a pretty cooperative catfish. Come on. Like buttons being a bit temperamental. Well, I won't tell anyone. I mean, you're just leaving out the part that you're sick of your old computer and want a new one. Is finding good video cards still difficult? I know at one point it was, largely due to cryptocurrency mining. That's good. Ah. Probably looking at least might have to do 3 fights actually. Oh, congrats, Rogue. Okay, just barely got it. Not gonna be too hot of a split though. The to take too many extra fights. I don't think that kobold running away really made a difference though. Like I was behind enough on XP going into the third fight that yeah, one extra kobold I don't think would have mattered. Helped that I was apparently still needing to warm up the select button on my controller. It was stiff. I'll choose to blame the snow for that instead of thing directly under my control. Hey Balls, thanks a lot. I split manually. I was running a game that was like low enough, like actually low enough on downtime to actually hit splits, then maybe I'd consider auto splitting, but virtually everything I've run to date has had fine opportunities to hit a key in my keyboard. Yeah, I mean, the only split that really matters is the last one, or as when specifically it is. Like, I generally like to split, like, for RPGs, I like to split after dungeons, which generally lines up with after boss fights, but sometimes it doesn't. Go down the stairs, so well. Still need to test if going up and down the stairs so that I can cast Reset after getting the Witch Ring actually saves time. If it does, it's not much, but if it's more than 0, I would like to do it. Let's not forget about the Sleepy Goblin. Please stay asleep. Alright. Mr. Goblin apparently had a lot of Thanksgiving turkey. I appreciate. Okay, well, Paste save a nice chunk of time here, even if he does eventually wake up. Hey, that was hard to ask for better, because not only did he not really do anything, but he punched Tia once and gave her IP, so because the drawback to having a completely sleepy goblin is not having IP for Camu. Maxim is not going to have much IP. Well, no, he is actually, because he should have IP from the Catfish, but Tia not having IP causes some minor issues on Camu. No, and I don't really know a whole lot about like the math formulas and underpinning stuff for this game, just because I've never been able to find like a really good guide for those details, like is available for a lot of Square RPGs. I mean, I've been running this game long enough that for stuff where I don't actually know what the success rate is, I have kind of gut feelings. It was weird that I had that much money when the Regal Goblin didn't do any summons at all, which translates into slightly less cash. Yep, we've acquired big boomers. Hey, Euphoric Lemon. Thanks for the lurk. Enjoy the lurk. Yeah, big boomers are serious business at this point in the game. They're part of 100 damage to most things, which is a lot. We don't see them in the speedrun, but there's also EX boomers or X boomers. then above X Boomers are Dragon Teeth, which we do get. Yeah. Hey, Flaccid Arrow, welcome in. It's going pretty good so far. I've got a pretty good start as far as the Catfish and the Goblin. We'll have 2 more really RNG heavy early game bosses to go though. Camu and Tarantula. That skeleton moved to the right instead of down, which definitely helped. There's a lot of time saved from execution, too. But, against my splits, I mean, I do need to get some decent luck in order to, get a better time, though. A run this long that isn't fully manipulated is never going to be totally optimized. Big time save that's not bosses, I would say, is a few puzzles that have randomness to them. Like the monster foot race and Gades 2's tower is probably the worst. The plant growing one's hard, but it's not. There's no randomness to it. The most random one is the monster foot race, basically where you have to bet on the winner. Oof, I was scared about Maxim there. Good there. Wow, that was good. That was very good, actually, that he just punched several times instead of calling a lot of goons or spamming Buster attack. That was only like 15 seconds off my gold. Alright, well, we've got a run going. Yeah, I haven't gotten any golds yet, but maybe we will. Like I said, this run is never, like my runs, I should say, are never going to be totally optimized. So there's really always going to be room for golds, even if it's only by a few seconds. Thanks, Lithium. But yeah, I mean, my PB is about 3 minutes and change behind the record, and the record's Gades 2 kill is 3 minutes faster than mine. So I mean, obviously there's more to it than that, but if I can get out of early game with a couple minutes lead, then got a real chance. Hey, the Owl's Nest official, thanks. Hope your stream went well. Hey, thanks again for the raid, Owl's Nest. Pretty rare to only have one goblin here. Hey, Dualblade, sends greetings to you too. No, actually, the fire dagger I just got there is pretty much a hard requirement to beat the next boss at the levels I'm at. Yeah, I mean, if I did a ton of extra grinding, I could overpower Tarantula without the fire dagger, but that would be considerably slower than doing like the 2.5 minutes or so to get the chests. The pearl brace that I got has some pretty important ramifications too. Like that's a pretty important ingredient for the clown's fight because of making it so Tia can't get one shot by Pierre's fireball. And it's going to be helpful for this next boss too, as far as giving Tia immunity to paralysis. Thought I had an extra step. Spider would be nice. Get paralyzed there. Let's get the back row summon so I didn't lose damage there. Good start. Definitely a bop. Nice, that was decent. 25 seconds off gold, but I will gladly take that. Get one heal. don't think nobody got paralyzed too. Actually, punched guy once, but paralysis proc failed. The main thing that really could have made the tarantula fight go better is if Guy had just had better IP going into it, coming off of Camu. Didn't really get punched much by Camu. Yep. And IP is about turning your anger into strength, so it's only fitting that it's a source of rage in speedruns. Yeah, we go from just meeting to marriage in about 40 minutes or so. That's kind of neat. I mean, as far as I know, Breath of Fire 4 had a totally different composer from this game, and it was a completely different company that made it too. But it was kind of cool to hear unintended similarities like that. Yeah, maybe in addition to inspiring Pokemon and many other things, this game also inspired Kingdom Hearts. Manga line room. Puzzle room that frustrates a lot of first-time players. The game doesn't really tell you that line up the blocks diagonally, and that you have to solve 2 of the rooms. Hey, sure, lol, at the window. Hey, Shred Lasso, yeah, going pretty good so far. Pretty good run going so far. See what the next 3 hours has to say about that, though. Clowns just have a flat 1 out of 8 chance to dodge anything that's not one of their elemental weaknesses. Guy never actually whiffing is slightly lucky. Because he's getting a ha-ha-ha turn like that. bit faster, giving Maxim more IP. Sub-hour clowns, if nothing blows up here, although this last fight is going pretty slowly because he isn't getting IP. She just does not want to hit Guy, apparently. A little too late. Alright! First ever sub-hour clowns, by me at least. Could have been a 58 if Danielle had actually given Guy IP. Yeah, it's not like I blame her, but still, I'd have preferred if it had gone differently. Getting sub-hour clowns, I think, more or less requires just having either average or really good luck on basically every boss fight in the first hour of the run. Like even one boss that just kind of has a blow-up costs like over a minute or so typically. I still don't even honestly know how much of a difference getting a core kill actually makes, but well, we probably won't actually see. It'll always be speculation based on luck factors. Alright, good choice of your sneak attack. Big guy, did you say? How quickly he bobs me. Now that time loss is certainly from the core fight, primarily. It's certainly debatable if going for a core is even worth it. Yeah, that fight is winnable. I mean, it's not winnable at the levels I'm at, but it is winnable if you do some extra grinding and prepare well. And it's honestly pretty easy if you're doing retry mode, which is New Game Plus basically. You get quadruple experience and money per fight in retry mode. A guy here. Several. lucky for that goblin to move left and get out of my way just in the nick of time. I was expecting to just get the fight and then run away, but it walked away. Save a few seconds here. Largely thanks to only having to kill one goblin at the end there. Step encounter. At least it wasn't the will-o-wisps, though. Those were the slowest possible monster group. Hey, backslash, it's luck. Hey, Rotostone. Welcome up. Post Thanksgiving. Gonna be fast. Burn an extra turn to get Tia back up. Congrats on the runs. How many games other than Legend of Dragoon the vast majority of XP come from bosses? Well, in terms of speedruns, this game and Final Fantasy IV kind of come to mind as far as games I've run where you get enough experience off of bosses that you don't really ever need to grind on regular encounters. Speedrun, at least. With a few exceptions, like in Final Fantasy IV, if you're playing the full game, you do need to do a grind to level up somebody for the Zeroma's fight, usually Rosa. Chrono Trigger is another one. There's like, at least for the glitchless categories, there's little tiny bits of grinding here and there, mostly to get tech points, but for the most part, just as far as raw level ups, you get what you need off of boss kills. And yeah, Chrono Cross, just because of the way the stat growth work, is kind of interesting, because it's not even really possible to grind in that game, at least in a fast or efficient way. You really just have to count on getting good stat growth from star levels from bosses. Yeah, FF8's another. FF8's a little interesting in that, I mean, I believe you don't get experience off of bosses at all. Just get AP and items. which is kind of the case for a lot of Final Fantasies like 6 and 9 or others where you don't get normal experience off of bosses. 7 is another one where you don't really ever need to grind levels because you get a lot out of bosses. I mean, I believe pretty much at least all the bosses in FF8 have a max level, so, I mean, if you grind enough, you'll just eventually pace them. But there's certainly a fair bit of level ranges where you're making the bosses harder by leveling up. That's a good idea for Guy. Yeah, I know Omega Weapon works a bit differently in different versions of FF8, at least in the PlayStation 1 version, which is what I played. I think Omega Weapon is always level 100. I want to say there's other versions of the game where Omega Weapon is scaled. Weird spot for the snail, but it's keeping the bowl away at least. The bull. That's how I lost a bunch of time in my PB, was not stunning the bull one more time and Maxim dying. Tend to do that, but that means Guy is really good for Gades now. this now. That's extra insulting if the zombie wins the race. Yeah, it was perfect last time. One teleport and it was over, which is how I golded this. That sucked. That really sucked. Hopefully I have a very nice Gades fight to make up for that, but yeah, I mean, it's not like my split I'm up against is that great, but I can't have stuff like that happen and expect to save meaningful amounts of time. I think that's easily the most annoying bit of RNG in the whole run that's not tied to a fight of some kind. My suspicion paid off, or superstition, I should say. I feel like if he, Devastation's guy, pretty meaningful chance he's gonna do it again. Well, he has a destructive wave to single time it. Alright, well, okay. That could have been faster, but hey, it's gonna be my first sub hour and a half, Gades. Very, very rude, Gades. I mean, the only reason that it wasn't worse was just because I had tons of IP on Guy and was able to holy energy him. Really, really rude pattern he gave me. I'm like a minute or so off record pace at this point, but definitely on pace for a really nice time. Depending on what the next 2.5 hours or so have to say about that, of course. Well, you'll know about it on Twitter if I get a PB, that's for sure. Or if something really silly happens and there's a clippable moment. I still need to make some clips of the highlights and lowlights of the last few weeks of attempts too, like that awful ghost ship fight from like maybe a month or so ago, and then the god tier gargoyles I had last week, where it was literally a one-turn fight. Yeah, I think before this, my fastest ever Gades 2 time was 1:30:32 or so, and it was 33x at least. Taking this time to mentally prepare for the Super Mario Bros. 3 puzzle in the next dungeon. I didn't do a offline practice run last week. Which is more challenging to get into speedrunning? I'd say this one. I mean, they're very different games as far as how they work as speedruns, but I think this one has a much higher skill ceiling to it, just because the movement and general execution of the run, it's a lot faster paced and more involved. Hey, Chrono Mark, let's look. As far as getting into speedrunning, though, I would probably say this one is easier to just get started with, because, I mean, I haven't actually run the first Lufia game myself, but it strikes me as a harder game to finish runs of because of how much more randomness there is in the end game. Glacial Blast though, I thought he was going to hit away. Surprised I saved time there. That wasn't too hot of a segment. Probably better than my PBs, though. Hey, Cosmo Retro, thanks a lot. Had a pretty solid weekend. The only downside right now is just that it's almost over. And I have to be on call for my work next week too. Well, technically starting at in about 2.5 hours or so. Part of why I got a slightly earlier start for the stream tonight is not wanting to try to avoid having a run, getting on a good run, and then having it get interrupted by work. Yeah, that's really the main time that I am on call, is after hours. I don't think I've ever actually gotten an on-call call during working hours, just because... Generally during the day, there's other people available to take care of stuff, but would otherwise go to on-call. Set this room that I do not like where that bee is hanging out. I have an hour to respond. It's more generous than the last job I had that had on-call responsibilities. Gotta respect those bees. They're pretty serious business if one of them actually catches me. Yeah, I do get a pay bonus for being on call though, at least, so it's not just something that's just totally folded into being salaried instead of hourly, at least. Yeah, the last job I had that I had to be on call for was typically like 15 minutes or so to respond. The fact that I have an hour is a welcome change. Does mean I can actually like leave my home and stuff at all. As long as I just don't do anything that I couldn't just walk away from. Yeah. Salon I know is sitting pretty on IP, so let's get a chance to paralyze the lions. Yes, I played Octopath 2 and it's awesome. I highly, highly, highly recommend it. An improvement over the first game in pretty much every way that it could. Of course. Didn't even give me a chance. So annoying. I went kind of risky just to try to stem the bleeding a bit, but just the lion bopping's just one-shotting Salon like that in the very first turn before I could even get a chance to get the B-Rock IP off is so annoying. Hey Supo, thanks for luck. No, Octopath 1 and 2 are standalone. There's some throwback references from it to the first game and the second, but the main storylines are totally independent. Well, at least Dakar is full IP. That was a nice thing about that Lions fight, was that he took enough damage to max out his IPs that I'm in good shape for Idura 3 now. That I know is a somewhat significant time save potential against my PB. My PB didn't get enough IP on Dakar. Yeah, I feel it seems pretty obvious to me that the developers kind of took most of the criticisms of the first game in stride when they made the second one, because so many of the flaws in the first game were either fixed or just improved on. But I mean, everyone, sure. I have heard some people say that they just didn't like the break and boost system, which is the kind of what underpins all of the combat too. So if that's not really your jam, I mean, even though it's improved in a lot of ways, it's kind of fundamentally still the same general idea. So if you didn't like that in the first game, then you probably still won't like it. But I mean, but if you didn't like how the main story chapters in the first game were very repetitive and disconnected from each other, though that's definitely improved on, along with the end game feeling a lot more satisfying and deep, as opposed to feeling kind of tacked on like in the first game. Yeah. I mean, in a run that used manipulation, I'm pretty sure you would skip the sleep balls. But in a no manipulation run, the 3 bosses that they're effective against, you save so much time that in most scenarios it ends up being worth the detour. Yeah, there's a demo of Octopath 2, definitely, which lets you play like the full first main story chapter for a character. A pretty decent taste of the game. How long have you been saying that? Well, better late than never is what it is. This is what my opinion there. The finales for a lot of the character stories, and then the main end game is very, very good. Yeah, go for it. Really slow just because I had some with that skip last time. mean to do that, but for the no manipulation rule set, if I step on a save point, I have to actually save. It's canceling the save menu, resets the RNG save to a known state. I had a bad Tower of Sacrifice, although I did get trolled by one of the teleporters. At least there were only 2 enemies in the group, though, instead of 4, like there can be. Possible thing he can do. At least it's not like I think it was last week where I had Maxim IP issues. Took forever to actually get the speed buff off. Against a gold here, this is definitely not going to be a gold, but this should be pretty close. He did next turn, I think. Not this one. Oh, only 6 seconds off, despite getting a teleporter fight and a goon summon on Idura. Yeah, because if he that would have been a gold actually if he hadn't summoned. Not much of a gold, but still. Oh wow, game's done quick. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome everybody. I am Poexel, doing a run of Lufia II for the Super Nintendo tonight. The very rarely seen main story mode. Most of the most Lufia II speedruns are in the Ancient Cave, which is a side quest. It's kind of like a randomizer. Yes, welcome in everybody. We're about halfway through the run, almost exactly halfway through the run at this point, on a pretty good pace. Hopefully it keeps up. Anyone's not familiar with this game, this is a pretty late release RPG for the Super Nintendo. Has a lot of elements to it that are really cool and unique. One of them is how a lot of the dungeons have puzzle-solving elements, kind of like the Zelda series, and then the tools that you're given, that largely for the puzzle rooms, are useful for avoiding dungeon encounters as well. If anybody has any questions about the game or the run, I'm always happy to answer them. Where'd the enemy? Okay, I guess I somehow despawned the ghost there. That's never happened before. That's 30 seconds actually. PB and best is minutes and seconds. That's just for this dungeon and this boss fight here. My sum of best is like a 3:44 or something, I want to say, so it's like, through the whole run, it's like 10-ish minutes. That was why having full IP with Dagger is really nice there, because I can take off about half of Vidura's max health in one hit using Fatal Blow. Basically the best IP ability in the game. I like to kind of compare IP a lot to limit breaks from Final Fantasy VII, where when you take damage from enemies, it fills that IP bar at the bottom of the HUD, and you can spend IP to do various types of special attacks tied to what kind of equipment you have on. It's a really cool and deep system that is a big part of how the speedrun works, as far as being able to beat these bosses without really ever having to grind for levels. I'm doing the no manipulation category too, so there is a lot of randomness all throughout. It is possible. The RNG in this game is very, very easy to manipulate if you know what you're doing. But the rule set I use for my runs forbids that. I find the run a lot more interesting in an unmanipulated way, just when there's a lot more, when the game throws stuff at me that I have to react to. Yeah, some of the Zelda-style puzzles are pretty rough. Pretty much every time I stream this, at least one chatter points out a puzzle room that stumped them pretty hard as a kid, or as an adult in some cases. It's where we sadly have to say farewell to Dagger. Yeah, because this game is a little like say Final Fantasy IV too, that who's in your party changes over the course of the story. And something I do all throughout the run too is that whenever I'm on the overworld where it is actually possible to get random encounters, I open the menu every so many steps, which resets the step counter towards when I would be getting into a fight. Every time I do that, I'm guaranteed at least 4 steps before I might get an encounter, and then how aggressive I am with the menu opens kind of varies throughout the game, depending on how big of a deal actually getting into an overworld encounter would be. There's some pretty nasty stuff in the overworld here, so I'm fairly conservative here with the menus. In the early parts of the game, though, I'm a lot looser. If I actually get an overworld encounter in about the first hour of the run, it's not a big deal. The early enemies are slow enough that I'll basically always be able to run away before they do anything. Meeting our next party member, Lexus. It's gonna be a little bit before he actually joins officially. For longer cutscenes like this, I do appreciate how you can buffer most types of inputs in this game, so there isn't really any real mashing going on here. I'm basically just alternating back and forth between the A and the L shoulder button to buffer closing each text box in the first frame after it finishes drawing out. I hope you enjoy Linux Mint, although if you don't, that's perfectly fine too. I enjoyed both Octopath games a lot, especially the second one. Yeah, I mean, there's some pretty serious flaws in the English translation for this game, but even in spite of that, yeah, this is a pretty good translation for a SNES era game as far as the dialogue having a lot of kind of wit and charm to it. Characters having some actual personality. This next sequence here kind of has the trappings of a side quest, but it is actually required. You have to do this flower recovery quest in order to for the ship to finish getting built. Yep. Well, it was pretty good in this run. The one boss that I tried to put to sleep stayed asleep for a long time. Really need some healing here. For a second that I'm in the segment of the run where I need to be pretty conservative with Salon's MP because of needing to save a lot for teleports, but I think just casting one strong spell should be okay. Our final tool, the hammer, although it's more of a Morning Star. Also the only tool that you can actually use while moving, which is nice. Nice. Got a pretty clean opening to get out there. If I didn't have a nice opening to get out, I would use the reset spell to reset the room and do a route that gave me one guaranteed fight, but otherwise pretty clean exit. Playing Snake effectively here. This is actually completely optional, but I get a pretty nice weapon that's going to be useful for an upcoming boss out of this. It cost me about 30-ish seconds. These teleporting wizards can and will teleport right on top of me too, which is awful. Especially this room where there's 3 of them. Fortunately, the boss is a joke with the strat sections. Hey, Brood VX, let's look. Despite being a flower, this boss is not immune to being put to sleep, and then the sleep ball item is guaranteed to work on anything that's not immune. And the way I'm able to tell between turns if the rogue flower is still asleep is if it's just bobbing straight up and down, or if it's also wiggling left and right. There, I can tell it woke up in order to apply sleep ball. Nice. Pretty good dungeon. That split usually mostly comes down to the burn sword room. Yeah, knock on wood. Got a pretty nice run going. Got a lot of game left to go, though. I can save another minute. I might be at risk of challenging the record, too, which is some kind of low 351 currently. Yeah, the manip record is like 323 or 22 or something. It's quite a bit faster. It's a lot more optimized too. Have I ever done Earthbound? I have not. I've thought about it a few times, but ultimately decided that I don't feel like there's really anything I have to contribute to the game, which is often something I really want out of my speed games. Is at least a possibility that I might find new strats or routing or stuff like that. Earthbound feels like it's pretty thoroughly solved at this point. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how the main rule set for Earthbound bans resetting. Like if it was up to me, it would be yes or no manipulation, and if you are using manipulation, then you should be able to reset in order to make doing the manipulation as easy as possible. But it's not up to me. Should it be? Yeah, I know doing manipulation in Earthbound is pretty difficult because, yeah, like Wraith Baron said, there's three different RNG values that all react differently to different events in the game. Yeah, I mean, if I were to ever pick up Earthbound, it would for sure be the non-manipulation category. Hey, General Kotex, welcome in. Yeah, this is a great. I definitely recommend this game. I think it holds up very well today for casual play. There is a bug fix patch on romhacking.net called Lufia that I always recommend to anybody that wants to play this game and doesn't have an original cart. Because if you stick around for until about an hour or so from now, we'll start seeing some kind of nasty bugs that hurt the casual experience a bit. Yeah, I think I saw Gilles playing the Kareji hack once, and it took him a very long time just to even beat the first boss, as I recall. This is basically the longest dungeon in the whole game. It kind of feels like two dungeons stapled together. We get to about the halfway point, the enemy set changes pretty considerably. Oh, nice. Definitely approve. Our goal for the first half of the dungeon is to hit 4 switches to remove a barrier that prevents us from getting to the second half. On the slower side, but I don't really want to risk it too much with that siren. Unfortunately, that wall does specifically require bombs. You can't use the hammer to break it. Oh, I can I can certainly see why. I mean, yeah, this is can be a pretty difficult dungeon casually, especially when we get to the second half and start having to fight assassins, or assassins as they're called in the English translation. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a big part of why I've been running this game for as long as I have now is just that the amount of agency you have over dealing with the encounters and the dungeons. So it's very satisfying to get good at. Not want to mess with assassins. They're very fast, and they have a attack called Terminal Blow that can proc instant death. Yeah, there's a lot of really sexy usage of the reset spell to cut out little bits of backtracking and manipulate enemy positions and stuff. There is a 100% category that requires, among other things, getting all of the chests in the game, and just by nature that requires completing the ancient cave once, because the chests behind the counter require beating the master jelly to access. Yep, I believe that does mean getting all of the Dragon Balls, Dragon Eggs, and fighting the Egg Dragon. If I get really lucky, I can get through this room with no encounters at all, but that's very, very rare. Even getting like one encounter is, I would still call lucky. This is where I'm using a build with Lexus, where he has an AoE weapon that does holy elemental damage. Because of the undead ring. Able to kill the shadows in 2 turns. The dream of getting a sub 12 gold on this segment still continues to elude me, because that requires really, really good luck in that Shadow Bridge room. This should still be a pretty fast fight though. But did I paralyze all 4 of them? I did, nice. Alright, this will be gold. Heck yeah. Not a sub 12, but that was like a 12 1x or so, I think. Which kind of surprises me, given that it wasn't like a totally clean dungeon. I had two unplanned fights before the shadow area, and then I had to fight two sets of shadows in the bridge. I guess that isn't that bad. Plus, none of them used their vile laughter attack. And I did get very lucky on the soldiers with paralyzing all 4 of them. I don't know what the success rate of the B-Rock is, but it's pretty good. It's good enough to be worth doing. What does the manip end up affecting in this? Everything. This is like Chrono Trigger, where you can completely script battle outcomes if you know how to manip correctly. You can also manipulate like enemy movements. You can manipulate drops too, like the manip route is able to get some very rare and very nice drops from some early game bosses. What affects the RNG? The other save files on your cartridge are how it's initialized, and then after that point, it's basically it's enemy movements. Well, I should say NPC and enemy movements, and then just actions you take in battle. So if you're following a route, it's pretty easy to do minips. The main challenge is really is towns more than dungeons, I think, if you're doing manip, just because the randomly moving NPCs can screw up the RNG seed if you spend too much time in screens that have randomly moving NPCs. Get more or less the best healing spell in the game. Yes, every time you open the menu, you reset your step counter for random encounters in the overworld, which is the only place you can actually get random encounters. Every time I do that, I'm guaranteed at least 4 steps before an encounter, and then how much more walking I do before opening the menu again kind of varies depending on how big of a deal getting into an encounter would actually be. It's fairly dangerous around here. More or less for the whole rest of the game. Overworld encounters are very dangerous. But if there's assassins on the overworld around here. If you do overworld cancels, then you're hurting your chances to get cores. What I don't know is this game's equivalent of Metal Slimes. Outside of the ancient cave, cores are only on the overworld. It seems very intentional in order to prevent you from using the reset spell to farm them. I think it's just a byproduct of how the encounter system works. Like, my just educated guess is that... oh, by the way, this trick in this room here. Doing that exact sequence of events I did there basically breaks the collision detection on the floor. But yeah, my educated guess is just that every time the game kind of loads the overworld map, it reinitializes the number of steps until an encounter, and then just opening the menu counts as reloading the overworld. Yeah, this is no major glitches, not glitchless. There's really only 2 specific glitches that are banned and no major glitches. One of them is one that you can use to basically break the menu system, kind of like Phantasy Star 2 and go out of bounds within the menu and do arbitrary code execution type stuff. But like the any percent category is record is like 50 seconds or so because of how fast you can credits warp if you use that glitch. And then there's another glitch that is a wrong warp that can be done in a place called Gratze Prison that lets you skip about 3 dungeons. By basically just kind of clipping through an event tile that starts a cutscene. For whatever reason, that starts a different cutscene, which initiates the end game. Yeah, yeah. The credits warp glitch is very nice for unlocking Ancient Cave mode, that's for sure. Which normally requires beating the game and then beating New Game Plus, also known as retry mode. Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is just press left, basically, when you're in a certain part of the config menu, and then you go out of bounds. One of many issues that the US version of this game has, and why for casual play I recommend using the Lufia bug fix patch if you can. I haven't really been talking about the story much. I generally don't during PB attempts, but I guess people not aware, this is just we're on a journey to fight four evil gods called the Sinistrals. We're getting kind of a bit of a lore dump about them here. But the Sinistrals are just kind of beings of pure divine energy. But we need to find a weapon called the Dualblade in order to be able to challenge them on even footing. Yes, this is a prequel to Lufia 1. It works very well as a standalone game too. But if you're familiar with Lufia 1, then there's some throwback references here and there. Hey, Mecha? Yeah, throw forward is right. Pre-sequel, as the kids today sometimes say. have to say I'm a little nervous about the upcoming boss, just because it's got a lot of RNG to it, and it went very, very, very well in my run last week. The run ended up being like a minute or so off my PB because of some issues in the late game. Mashed and triggered extra dialogue. Nasty too, just because this dungeon is so short that it doesn't actually have a save point in it, so I would have to save in town, and so if I actually died to the boss, that would be pretty costly, which is why I'm not even bothering. If I actually died to the boss, that would kill pretty much all of my lead. Hopefully that won't happen though. Terrorballs have a 50-50 chance to kill gargoyles. I'd really, really like to kill at least one of them before they attack. Which, okay, I got one. Really wants to give Salon IP, I guess. Okay. So I've lost some time just purely to bad luck there, sadly. But on the upside, though, even though they bopped Salon, they refilled her IP, which is going to be pretty important for the next boss. Well, I've done enough runs that they don't. Their AI isn't really like targeted or anything. They just attack whoever they feel like it. Just happen to really not like Salon this run. It's pretty common for them to just spread out their attacks and not really. So, it's part of why it's really, really nice to actually kill some of them before they attack. That's less chances for them to double team somebody. Now we basically have our final party assembled now. We have Artea, also known as Artie, who's 15 levels higher than the rest of us, just because he's scaled based on the level you're kind of intended to be at in a normal playthrough. And the central puzzle of this dungeon is this big hookshot maze here. Go through basically 2.5 times total. Trip is just to get a really nice ring that boosts your speed by a lot and is going to help Artie become faster than most of the remaining bosses in the game. Third trip is to actually get out of here. Hit that switch again. Is the Super Castlevania 4 hallway because the torch is lighting up his ass. There is no boss here, so how fast or slow the split is generally just comes down to how clean my hookshotting and enemy dodging was. And then the shopping segment down beforehand. Mother sacrifices herself to release the power of the shrine to try to defeat Ammon, second Sinistral. Now we get our ship upgraded to be submersible. I'm going to be going underwater basically every chance I get because the movement speed is the same, even though it doesn't really look like it because of the perspective, and then there's no encounters underwater. teleporting wizards are literally the Grim Reapers. So expect them. Does involve some pretty convenient physics interactions in order to actually get to the end, though. First collapsing that platform, and then soon collapsing another platform. Take a safety save here just because it is possible that the boss here might kill multiple characters in the first turn, and if that happens, it's faster to just reset than to try to recover it. Sucks that guy doesn't have IP. If I get lucky with what the boss does and all of my characters have enough IP, I can win this fight in one turn. Give me 2 free turns. Alright, we're gonna save a bunch of time here. Not getting the 1 turn kill. Nice! Take that. Before we actually go to the next dungeon, we're going to be tagging a bunch of towns to add them to our warp list and do some shopping. All these towns we will eventually need to go to for story reasons. Hey, Water Glen, welcome in. Some dragon teeth, which are kind of the final evolution of boomerangs. Consumable combat item that hits all enemies and does bonus damage to dragons. Which conveniently includes the next boss. Siren here has ninja AI. The mosh pit. Still clean enough mosh pit to do so. I basically put a lot of time into trying to figure out a consistent way to get through that room, and the best route I found involved doing what I did there as far as waiting for that Cyclops in the upper corner to swivel away, so I can sneak up and stun it. Because if it actually moves, then it gets really awkward as far as actually getting through all the enemies blocking the way there. Hey, Grant. That spell to reset both this guy so I can stun him easily, and then also the two enemies in the next room so that they're just completely out of my way. So I need to turn to the mosh pit. Nice. Mosh pits. This is a siren chest, or I'm sorry, a mimic chest here. Yes, I have spaced out and just bonked right into it a few times. Thanks to those dragon teeth I just bought, and this boss is a total freebie. The white dragons are scripted to cast stronger on themselves when they're at low health, and the dragon teeth will always do enough damage to put them into that range, and then a second one will kill them. Easy. Pick up a few seconds here. Split used to be a lot more chaotic before I really put work into the mosh pit room. Consistent. Basically tests if you actually remember the game's prologue from hours ago in a normal. Need to respect these things because they can just flat out kill my whole party. Fight with one. No, we're not warping, we're just back in. Starting to come up on one of the most infamous puzzles in the whole game, too. Let's put the puzzle here. Took that pretty slow just because I screwed it up pretty badly last week and I didn't want doing that again. That is the I think is the hardest puzzle in the game that's required. There's a harder puzzle right here called the world's most difficult trick, which is based on a real life sliding block puzzle called Klotsky, but the world's most difficult trick is optional. Some nice equipment. And time to fight Fire Dragon. And we don't want to see this boss dudes using single target bite attacks that can one-shot most of my characters. We do want to see his AoE attacks like this, because they're pretty safe. Hey, I haven't seen these here. guy's IP really sucks. And shame that happened. He does something else, because I do need some IP for the next boss. Everybody. That's good. Yeah, this has been, I mean, there's been some issues here and there, as is always the case for a run this long, but yeah, I'm very, very happy with this pace. We're at risk of challenging the record at this point, actually, which is, I think, a 351 1x of some kind. Okay, yeah, I lost a little there because of Maxim getting taken out. Even if I'm not able to get the record, if I get like a 2+ minute PB, then I'll probably be giving some very, very serious thought to just moving on to another run. Running this game off and on for about 1.5 years at this point, I want to say. My initial goal was sub 4 hours, but I found this is a run that just is the better I get at it, the more fun doing attempts are, especially attempts that are PB pace. So I've still been going at it, even though I already beat my goal time. Yeah, I mean, my main competition in speedrunning has always been myself, first and foremost. It's really hard not to eye the record when I'm as close as I am, though. Yeah, the text glitches are pretty wild. The summons, yes. Hey Jeff, well, maybe. We'll see what happens. A lot of it's up to the game at this point. Hey, a frame gold. Yeah, haven't talked to you in a while, Jeff. Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving. Things are going well. Yeah, a slight frame gold despite that fight taking taking an extra turn basically because of the ship summoning twice and the first summon going into the front row, which robs me of some damage. Because when a boss summons stuff into the front row, then that will push the boss into the back row, and then attacks that are subject to row modifiers, like healing IP attacks, gonna get nerfed a bit by like 25%. I don't remember what exactly the seconds on the record is. I know it's like a low 351. I want to say it's like a 351 1x, so need to actually save more time than this to really challenge it, I think. Enemy dodging. I mean, enemy dodging is pretty important too. Oh yeah. This place. By the way, yeah. That's part of why I recommend using a bug fix patch to play this game casually, just because. In the US version of the game specifically, the Dualblade shrine is glitched out like that. Playing this as a kid, I just kind of assumed that with that dialogue you got there that you're telepathically talking to Deus, the final boss, at that point. But no, if you're playing either with bug fix patch or a different version of the game, like the European version, then no, Deus is actually there and steals the Dualblade. A Chronic Tonics, yeah, it's a very good game. I think this game deserves to be up there with like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI and Phantasy Star 4 as far as the cream of the crop for 16-bit era RPGs. It's just unfortunate that it's a bit more on the obscure side, at least in North America. It's got a nice fan base in Europe though, just because it was one of the few 16-bit RPGs that got a PAL release. I think in the US, I think it's a little more obscure just because of how late it came out. So by this point, the N64 and I think the PlayStation 1 will be out. And I don't think this game got really any kind of meaningful publicity, too, at least that I remember. I only knew about Lufia games because of friends at school who had them. I borrowed copies of Lufia 1 and 2 from a high school friend. Yeah, although I think at least Lufia 2 was in Nintendo Power, which I think is how I heard of it at all, but Like, I don't remember there being TV commercials or anything for this game. And also say hi to Apostrophe 3Y Kingdom. The glitchy goodness didn't end with the Dualblade Shrine. Yeah, I've got a big soft spot for Lufia 1 too, even though it's a game I have a very hard time, like, honestly recommending to other people nowadays, unless I know they're okay with grindy dungeon crawlers. Oh, you were introduced to the Game Boy Color game. Okay, that's Lufia 3 Legend Returns, I think is the title. Really laggy MP refill there because of all the PCs. The exact same soldiers I fought as a boss about an hour ago, and now they're chumps. That's great. Those are gold golems, or gorums as they're translated, and you do not want to mess with gold gorums. Eye bombs, huh? I was never able to beat Gordovan Gades without playing on retry mode. Which is this game's equivalent of New Game Plus. This bump. After another set of soldiers here, we're going to be seeing what I consider one of the best bits of sprite work on the Super Nintendo. This tank. Tank that has eyes and a Burger King that's piloting it. Frick. Just like you'd think from the name, raises your attack power. like to cast Trick again if I get a chance. Heal. This is really good luck though, as far as to keep fully energy attacking with Maxim every turn. Take out Guy with this hit, I remember. This might kill Guy. Really high rolls. Yeah, he's dead this turn. Boom! Heck yeah. That was a really, really good tank. Yes, Guy does headbutt the tank. The tank is a bit of an awkward boss because it doesn't really have an easily exploitable weakness. Like its only real weakness is what's called the hard element, which the headbutt attack from the pumpkin jewel is, and then the Zorko rod that Artie has equipped is hard element. Alright, 30 minutes to go. Well, I'm glad one way or the other this run's going to be over before I start running a risk of getting interrupted by work. Starts in 56 minutes. That would be a source of worry that I don't need right now. Yeah, I guess we're not we failed the MLG landing. Some really nice shields that have a really, really good attack buff IP bit. This is where the musical bangers start and don't really let up until the credits roll. Each of these towers has two to required fights, but where I'm able to force a preemptive on all of them, which is really nice because these fights would be pretty dangerous if I was able to get guaranteed preemptives. The remaining bosses in the game are Sinistrals, who are all weak to the holy elements. Doing a lot of that. Save IP for Ammon. She would do some destructo waves that I didn't need to heal every turn. But getting really good IP for Ammon out of this though. This fight's a little slow. All in on Ammon at least. There. Pit stop to get some very nice status protection armor for Salon. Old sword, heck yeah. Very rare drop. 2%, I think. Really worth using, I believe, on Aram and Deos, though. You only get one dragon grid. A confused guy, which is why I can preemptively queue up a Shriek. Slow animation, but it's not dangerous. That next turn, if not this one. Enough that RD can kill him to risk it, though. RD might have been able to kill him. Speaking of risking the run on that, though. Just a normal attack is like 1k or so. Yeah, well, long animation by this game standards, I guess I should say. Supernova says, hold my beer. Surprised I didn't really save time on that, though. Well, because I got lucky with only having to kill one black dragon, but I didn't have a terribly fast Ammon fight, is the thing. He never used Galactic Lancer, which is its fast animated attack. The Firebird is decently fast. I mean, the explosion animation after the bird is a little laggy, but it's certainly faster than like Ice Walk or Thunder Dragon, which is the water tier 3 spell. Gorgon Rock, okay. Got both of the rare drops. Put that on hard. Gorgon Rock's like 10% or so. It's not quite as rare as the old sword. But I feel like I've seen more old sword drops and runs than Gorgon Rocks. This is literally the first run I've ever done that's gotten both of them, so maybe, I guess it's a sign. Only have one leech here. Budget drop a second old sword. Well, I had pretty good luck on both of the forced fights here, so hopefully that'll translate into saving some time on this split, even though it's a gold. Although I did, I did spend some menuing time equipping the Gorgon Rock. Which I don't think I should really be using until Era. Supernova is longer than Knights of the Round. Yeah, that's. So both the Gorgon Rock and the old sword do the same thing. They do 1/6 of the target's current HP. So yeah, I think I've tested this enough in previous runs that it's not worth doing it until Aram. So Gades and Ammon just don't have enough health for that to actually do more damage than Holy Energy. The Hydora Rock IP in Guy's case. The funny thing about Supernova, though, is that in the original Japanese version of FF7, Supernova is a very short animation, like 10 seconds or less. It wasn't until the North American version that they gave it the excessively long solar system destruction animation. Dakar's alive, yay. Normally I'd be more excited, but I just want to get to find out how this run ends. Point. Yeah, that is not surprising in the slightest. That Supernova is like the longest animation in every single attack. Hey, the Bolt, welcome in. Eden in FF8 is quite long too. Like I remember it being the only summon where it was pretty free to get max boost. Getting up to 255 or whatever the cap is. Well, my pleasure. Real evening entertainment is what I aim to provide. Probably just last time because of the menu to equip the Gorgon Rock. Yeah, that's admittedly part of why I decided to pick up this run, was personal frustration with the fact that nobody else was really running the main game at the time, only the cave. And I 100% understand why the cave is more popular, but I like the main story mode more as a speedrun. Cost me some time. He did, not just because of this, but because he didn't give IP to anybody. With the extra items, I don't know if record is possible at this point. Be able to at least swing at 351. Yeah, this has been a pretty good run. I was spitting distance of the record a couple times. Like, I don't think I can save like 40 seconds or however much I would need to at this point, but I'll give it my all. Sucks too, though it's not that big of a deal. more time because she killed Salon. That onto guys that he's immune to sleep for the final boss. This really sad though that we don't get to hear a full loop of this music in the speedrun because it's a really cool throwback to the first game's Doom Island theme. Okay, no sleep at least. I should have... Oh, okay. About to say I should have wholly energied with RD to try to kill him, get a better chance to kill him before Dark Reflector, but it didn't matter. Thanks to the, thanks to having both the Old Sword and the Gorgon Rock, this is going to be a pretty rough gold split to compete against. Alright. Well, that's going to save a chunk of time. I don't think it's going to save enough to get record, but it'd be a 351 at least. You little hoochies! This does end up being record solely because of getting 2 rare drops in the end game, though. That'll be one of my silliest accomplishments in speedrunning to date. Yeah, I mean, just looking at how this segment timer is, though, I mean, I should still have, like, at least 2 to 2.5 minutes left, though. It should be a high 351, I think. Excuse me. Oh yeah, the run ends when I break the last Mystic Stone. That's both the climax of the story and also kind of past the point where anything is really happening that I could lose time on. Because even though I've beaten the final boss, when I'm breaking the last Mystic Stones, I could bonk into walls and lose time. And music, Raygasm. Bit of a bonk there. It's hard to understate too just how hype this music is when you're on PB pace, finishing out a run. Go. 3:51:28. Wow, a 31-second time save on Deus too. Heck yeah! Oh man. With the after the GDQ host too, man, that feels good. Have a nice sizable audience too for a PB. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. 13. Okay, so what is it? So it's 3:51:15 then. Man, so close. Only if just one of the Sinistrals had cooperated a bit better, we would have probably had it. But anyway, 3:51:28. Awesome, awesome time. Yeah, glad you stayed up too. Now you can rest easy, not needing to wait until you get up to find out if I PB'd or not. Thanks again, everybody. And if anyone hasn't seen the ending to this game too, it's one of the most bittersweet endings in any RPG, especially of this era too. You save the world at a terrible price. And getting to watch all of your friends have bad conversations about going to a party and not knowing that not everybody's coming to that party. Yeah, just a casual 31 minus 31 on Deus because I got both the Gorgon Rock and the Old Sword and was able to completely skip a turn. What am I thinking for next week? Ah, that's a good question. I'm sure you can all appreciate just how hard it's going to be to let go at this point if I'm only 13 seconds off the record, but I have also been running this game for a better part of a year and a half at this point. I mean, not continuously. I've had some pretty lengthy breaks here and there, but at some point I do want to move on to other games, but I mean, man, 13 more seconds and we have it. Be pretty hyped to get the record at this after putting so much work into it. But who knows? I mean, like I said earlier, my main competitor is always myself. And I'm very proud of what I've achieved in this run. Once music changes, we can start the split review. Alright, so yeah, this run had a pretty good start. You know, I had all single enemies in the tutorial cave. I almost had a sub-6 lizard man. Catfish was extremely cooperative. I only had to heal once, I think. I think it only quaked me once. And I had very good damage rolls. Let's see, the Tia leveled up segment was pretty slow. I had a kobold run away, then I had to do 3 extra fights, although I just kind of barely squeaked by, so I don't think the kobold running away really made a difference. Regal Goblin was very nice. He went to sleep, woke up long enough to give Tia some IP, and then died. So that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Camu was also pretty good. He did a lot of punching. not a lot of falling goons, and his buster attacks were all low enough damage rolls that I was able to just, I didn't ever have to do any double healing turns. Let's see, the Tarantula was a little bit of a jerk at times, but not too bad. Like, it never actually paralyzed anybody. The worst thing it really did was heal itself once. And then, yeah, just because none of the early game bosses had any real blow-ups, then this is my first ever sub-hour clown. So, the refight with Danielle was kind of janky in that she never gave Guy any IP at all. So that could have been a 58 if I'd have actually gotten to use Guy's Fire Dagger IP, but he didn't. So that fight dragged on a little more. Yeah, the time loss on Gordovan Gades, I think, was actually because of killing a core on the overworld, which probably tells me that I really shouldn't bother trying to kill cores, at least at this point. I mean, getting a core kill would be nice just for a little extra layer of safety, I think, on, like, the trolls fights and stuff, but I mean, I don't know, it's like one extra level up, which, I mean, at least at this point, I mean, if I keep doing more runs, I really shouldn't bother anymore. I should just do the encounter skips and not worry about it. Let's see, the K-Bridge was pretty good. I got kind of lucky with the enemy movements. I know I had a goblin that I was basically set up to have to run away from before getting to the required fight, but then it just moved away. The trolls fight was okay, but the mummies fight before it wasn't. Tia got bopped on the first turn. I had to burn a turn to revive her. Let's see. Oh, and then Gades 2. I didn't get very lucky with preemptives. I think I got 2 out of 4, actually. I got the first fight and the fourth fight. And then the monster foot race was abysmally slow. I think I lost the race like twice, and then the third one was slow. And then Gades was a jerk. He pretty much only did single target attacks, which is bad because then I run out of IP for Maxim to cast Stronger, and then he also killed Guy at one point. The only saving grace I really had was that I had full IP on Guy going in, so I was able to use Holy Energy on him. That was if that were not the case, it probably would not have been a sub 130 Gades 2 split. And let's see, Idura at Lighthouse was I remember it not being the greatest, but it was clearly better than my previous PB. The Lions were terrible. They killed Salon on the very first turn, so I didn't even get a chance to try to paralyze them, but they weren't too horrible after that. Like, I played very aggressively to try to stem the bleeding after Salon died, and I couldn't try to paralyze them, so like I front-rowed Maxim and used Glacial Blast at one point. But yeah, that's... As far as my early game, I kind of feel like Gades 2 and Lions are probably the biggest time saves, at least in the first half of the run. See, Idura 2 did a summon, otherwise that segment, and I got trolled by a teleporter in the tower, but otherwise that segment was okay. I got a good Karloon Shrine. I was able to Fatal Blow Idura. Let's see, the Burn Sword room in Flower Mountain was pretty good. I didn't have to reset it because I got a nice opening set up. Oh, thanks for the mark. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got a nice gold on Dankirk North Cave, even though my Shadow Bridge luck wasn't the greatest. I had a very good soldiers fight. Like, I paralyzed all 4 of them with the B-Rock, which isn't like... It's not that big of a deal as long as enough of them get paralyzed that they're not capable of killing anybody. As long as I have good IP, it's a one-turn fight. Northeast Tower was pretty solid, as I recall. The Gargoyles were not great. I think I had to revive Salon twice, I want to say, actually. But yeah, the Gargoyles really didn't like Salon, it ended up being okay because she died, but she still had IP coming out of it, which is important for Venge Ghost to get a quick kill there. Not too sure why I lost time on Divine Shrine. I must have failed an encounter skip or something, maybe. Shrine of Vengeance was pretty good. I wasn't able to get a one-turn kill on Venge Ghost because guy didn't have IP, but the boss just did Hatred, which is its empty turn twice. So it was kind of effectively the same as a one-turn kill as far as time. Tower of Truth was decent. Let's see. Fire Dragon was a little bit of a jerk at the start as far as killing Maxim, but it wasn't too bad after that. And then also Guy didn't have IP at the start, so I wasn't able to use Deadly Smash for quite a while. I think I still got one off though. Had like a very, very minor gold on Ghost Ship, like by frames, literally. It did 2 summons, so I was kind of surprised it was still a gold. And then the tank fight was really, really good. I don't remember how good Gratze Prison was. I think it was okay. Like movement, I'm sure could have been maybe a little cleaner here and there. But then yeah, the tank fight was really good. I had very good luck as far as spamming machine gun attack and refilling Maxim's IP like 3 times. And then it didn't kill anybody too, so yeah, it was a very nice gold. See, in hindsight, maybe I should have used a little more IP again on Gades 3. I used none. That I mean, I just after because I didn't start the fight with terribly good IP, and at that point decided to just save it all for Ammon. But I don't know, maybe in hindsight I should have done something. But anyway, yeah, then Ammon 1 was used his thunder every turn, which is why I didn't really save time, even though I had good IP, just because he only did slow animation attacks. See, and then yeah, this run had the silliness of getting both the old sword and the Gorgon Rock drop, so I mean, yeah, I figure I lost 2 seconds to Gades 4 because of just the menu to equip the Gorgon Rock, but yeah, then the Sinistrals, by and large, were pretty drolly in this run. Like Ammon killed Salon, and I mean that's really bad. Not only because of that killing Salon, but also just not giving other characters IP to follow the script. So that was a problem. And then Aram killed Salon with her Devastation Wave. Hey, thanks for the GG Lithium Brigade belt. So yeah, that was some RNG. But then, yeah, then I saved 31 seconds on Deos pretty much solely because of the rare drops. Like the very minor time loss for the extra menuing to equip them paid off as far as getting to cut an entire turn off of Deos. That's going to be a pretty monster gold to compete against. Yeah, how many golds were there in this run? 2, 3. Okay, 4 total golds, it looks like. So yeah, gonna have to do some soul searching, and if I just want to keep trying to save that last 13 seconds to get the record, or if I just want to finally move on. Guess we'll see about that. And yeah, as far as our final stats, the important thing is for these stats is always to see a 0 by Dakar, which means that he never died in battle. He had 346 in game time. 21 escapes, so yeah, that felt about right, given that I got a couple overworld encounters in this run. So I mean, a really good number of escapes is number of battles I ran away from, which is other than your final in-game time number, the number of escapes is a really nice kind of metric for how clean your enemy dodges were, because you never actually have to run away. So yeah, a really good runs in the teens, and then yeah, this was 21, which felt about right.